Have you ever faced a mirror and murmured declarations into your own gaze? I am prosperous, I am healthy, I am loved, while sensing beneath the surface a subtle pull of doubt. Maybe the phrases escaped your mouth, yet trailing them came a second dimmer murmur, a shadowed rebuttal whispering, "Not really, not you, not yet." Countless people recognize this moment, the ritual of affirmations, sincere and optimistic, yet curiously empty. You recite the lines as though rapping upon a sealed door repeatedly, and still it will not open. Why does the handle seem stuck, as if an invisible hand keeps it from turning? Picture a lengthening corridor washed in faint light. At its distant end rises a massive door of oak, banded with iron, the word abundance carved into it. You extend your hand, quivering with desire, press forward, and nothing moves. You offer affirmations as if they were keys, yet the mechanism refuses. Every statement uttered without conviction becomes only another futile jostle of the latch. Have you felt that fatigue, the discouraging strain of effort without evidence? If that resonates, know this: you are far from alone. For a great many spiritual or personal growth seekers, affirmations shift into a routine of repetition instead of a discovery of truth. Here is the concealed difficulty: words by themselves do not dislodge mountains. When emptied of belief, words are like feathers flung into a gust, weightless, fine, and unable to counter the heaviness of doubt. Consider the dawn practice of a person longing for well-being. With first light, they say, "I am whole, I am strong." Yet as they stand, their joints throb, the body complains, and an inner murmur replies, "But you are not." The spoken formula crashes against sensory facts, and the subconscious, vigilant as always, notes the inconsistency. Or imagine a man confronted by overdue notices who declares, "I am wealthy, money flows to me easily." Even as he repeats it, his gaze lands on the crimson-stamped envelopes spread across the desk. That image sears more fiercely than his tone, and another sentence forms inside, "No, you are drowning." Which voice secures belief? Which one embeds itself? Here lies the quiet conflict beneath myriad affirmations, the clash between what is spoken and what doubt leaves unspoken. The conscious self proclaims, while the subconscious rebuts. One part announces yes, and the other persists with no. Why does this happen? Because the subconscious, acting as a faithful custodian, does not evaluate it, receives whatever has been sown through time. If for years you have rehearsed narratives of failure, fear, or scarcity, the inner soil is conditioned for those crops. Then, when you abruptly try to plant abundance with a handful of second-hand affirmations, the established roots push back. They overrun the tender shoots, strangling growth before it flowers. Do you recognize the concealed contest? The issue is not that affirmations are inherently false, nor that your longing lacks merit. It is that the ground requires cultivation. The entrenched roots must be carefully lifted out before new seed can flourish. Without such tending, every affirmation turns from proclamation into argument, and arguments exhaust the soul. Consequently, many abandon the effort. They conclude, affirmations do not work. They are lies we tell ourselves. But is that the truth? Or is it that the words were never absorbed deeply enough to become credible? Let us pause here. Take a breath. If you have ever echoed phrases that rang hollow, if you have questioned why the door remained shut, remember this: you are not defective, not powerless, and not solitary in this battle. A simple yet weighty truth follows language carries real power, yet only when voiced in accord with faith, when it slips past interior resistance and lands in the heart as truth. Florence Scovel Shinn, whom we will encounter shortly, named this the power of the perfect word. A single utterance spoken rightly can cut through resistance and redirect a life. However, before we reach her insight, we need to recognize the common starting point standing on the threshold, palm upon the handle, affirmations filling the room while doubt weighs on the chest. This is the true beginning of the path, not in victory, but in candor. Have you known it? The empty reverberation of words without roots, the quiet undermining by your own subconscious, the pushback that appears when you boldly affirm what contradicts your senses. If so, you are exactly where you should be. What presence as a barrier is not an ultimate obstruction. It is a proving ground, a doorway, a signal that genuine power lives not in rote recital, but in revealed conviction. And through that revealed certainty, as Florence observed, words cease to be feathers blown about. They become arrows of light cutting through the night of uncertainty. We are on the verge of stepping into that discovery side by side. Yet before we move forward, I invite you to acknowledge this openly. If you have wrestled with affirmations that rang hollow, if you have spoken phrases that appeared to dissolve into quiet, name it here. Add your voice and write, "Yes, I've been there." You are not isolated in this experience, and candid admission is the first movement toward genuine change. At certain points in history, one voice sounds with bell-like clarity, slicing through the haze that clouds the human spirit. For innumerable seekers who grappled with affirmations with prayer and with the unseen contest between trust and terror, that clarifying voice belonged to Florence Scovel Shinn. She was neither a hermit mystic sequestered in caverns, nor an academic secluded behind institutional walls. Florence made her home in early 20th century New York City amid teeming sidewalks, busy storefronts, and everyday individuals bearing heavy loads. Outwardly, she was an artist, a painter, and instructor of illustration. Yet under the surface of her artistry pulsed a larger insight. Existence itself is a canvas, and the language we utter becomes the pigments with which we paint it. Her insight did not descend with peals of thunder or choirs from heaven. It emerged from plain attention to daily life. She observed that people's fortunes shifted not solely by randomness, but according to the phrases that hovered on their tongues. Some voiced calamity, and calamity arrived. Others voiced confidence, and opportunities opened in unexpected ways. Take a moment to reflect. Examine your habitual language, the offhand remarks, the mutterings under your breath, the thought-laden exhalations. Nothing ever works for me. I'm always unlucky. I can't afford it. How frequently do such lines spill out unexamined as if they were inconsequential? Florence recognized they were anything but idle. They functioned like incantations. Some constricted, others released. For her era, the insight was revolutionary. While many believed life to be steered chiefly by fate, Florence asserted, "Your word is your wand." Consider the implication. Every sentence is more than vibration. It is a wand's motion shaping the unseen material of experience. A complaint sketches scarcity. A statement of trust sketches plenty. She set about instructing others in this principle, not through ponderous lecturing, but with the crisp confidence of someone who had watched the pattern recur beyond dispute. A student might approach distressed by sickness, by lack, or by grief. Florence listened with kindness and then inquired, "What words have you been speaking?" Their replies routinely exposed the concealed key. Visualize the scene: a woman sobbing, "I always attract the wrong men." A man exhaling, "Money slips through my fingers." Florence heard more than grievances. She heard predictions. They had foretold their outcomes with their own speech. And there she stood, steady, compassionate, showing that the tongue can change direction, that the forecast can be revised. She compared language to keys. Certain phrases engage the lock of life, elegantly swinging doors open. Others rough cut, an ill-shaped wedge and scrape. Have you ever forced a mismatched key only to risk ruining the lock? In the same way, Florence explained our heedless words grind against the invisible doors of provision, affection, and well-being. Even so, she reassured her listeners that the proper key is close at hand. Choose the fitting word, utter it in the right spirit, and the door yields without strain. Picture yourself before a vast treasury, its portals towering and gilded. You hold a ring of keys. Several refuse to fit, others scrape the metal. Yet one polished exact meets the lock perfectly. With one smooth turn, the gates open to immeasurable wealth. Florence's core insight was straightforward: the words, "You select function as that precise key." Her personal history reflected this principle. When confronted with difficulty, Florence resisted the pull of grumbling. She chose to employ language as a tool of conviction. She recounted testimonies of ordinary individuals who validated her lessons, people who altered their circumstances not solely through effort, but by bringing their speech into alignment with truth. A striving actress affirmed her ideal role and obtained it. A debtor proclaimed divine provision and saw unforeseen payments appear. Time after time, the same rhythm emerged. The spoken word prepared the scene, and reality followed suit. Yet her instruction also included caution. If faith-filled speech could open wonders, reckless speech could invite trouble. She described individuals who made sport of their difficulties, quipping, "I'm always broke," and remained so. Others rehearsed anxious scripts like, "I'll never get better," until their bodies complied with the bleak directive. The underlying law showed no partiality. It executed whatever was impressed upon it. Consequently, Florence urged her audience toward a finer discipline, to watch their lips as vigilantly as they would watch a hoard of jewels. The tongue, she maintained, carries the power of life and death. Consider this carefully: how many doors in your experience have stuck, not from deliberate barring, but because an ill-suited word has been forced into the keyway repeatedly? How many resources rest in reserve, not shielded by an unbreakable barrier, but by a door that would open at once under the pressure of a fitting expression? Florence discerned that speech is simultaneously the lock and the key. Words reiterated with conviction carve grooves into the subconscious, and that subconscious diligent and compliant sets about forming outer conditions to match the imprint. This explains why grasping the challenge of affirmations is essential. Vacant statements voiced without belief are warped keys. They fail to turn any lock. By contrast, the perfect word selected with discernment and delivered in faith can snap chains that have bound a person for years. To her listeners, she grew into more than an instructor. She was a guide, escorting them from the labyrinth of hollow repetition onto the clear way of creative utterance. Speaking rightly, Florence taught, is an act of alignment with the divine, for the cosmos itself was called forth by a word, and in that likeness our speech bears creative potency. Envision her tone lucid and steady, resounding across the decades to reach us. Your word is your wand. The words you speak create your destiny. Thus, the grieving woman lamenting love gone cold starts affirming, "I am irresistible to my perfect partner." In time, love locates her. The man suffocating under debt proclaims, "I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay." Doors open where only walls had stood. These accounts are not fanciful tales. They are records of lives redirected through altered speech. Florence documented them not for self-exaltation, but to reveal an unchanging principle: life responds to language. As we contemplate her insight, a searching inquiry emerges. Which words have we been using? Which keys have we been jamming into life's lock? Do we cling to warped phrases that keep the door stuck? Or will we risk employing the well-cut key of truth? Florence, with a soft smile, would remind us the decision belongs to us. The power already rests on our tongues. The wand lies ready in our grip. If you wish to travel farther into this discipline, if you intend to use your speech not as empty tone, but as a creative instrument, then remain near. Florence's voice has not faded. It continues to beckon, ushering us into deeper understanding of faith and expression. For the present, pause and absorb this. Your language carries weight. Your speech is living. Your words are quietly composing tomorrow, even as you articulate them today. If you feel compelled to continue exploring Florence's enduring lessons, subscribe now so that you can accompany us through the thresholds her language still opens. Have you observed that the instant you assert something positive, its contrary leaps up in your thoughts like a silhouette? You murmur, "I am healthy," and at once some recollection of sickness, discomfort, or frailty replies. You declare, "I am wealthy," and scenes of overdue statements, thin purses, or past letdowns rush forward. What accounts for this? Why does each proclamation of light appear to call forth a corresponding shadow? This pattern is the snare of duality, the hidden battleground on which countless affirmations stumble. The conscious mind, ready to pronounce a transformed reality, articulates words of vitality, prosperity, and affection. Meanwhile, the subconscious, loyal to its prior programming, summons the contrary. It resembles a mirror scene. One pane displays the image of the truth you intend to inhabit, while another reveals the specter of your history. And both appear convincingly real. Envision a vast gallery whose walls are covered in mirrors. You declare, "I am free." Immediately, one surface gleams with the bright vision of your release. Yet adjacent to it, another panel throws back your fetters. You pivot and discover mirror after mirror illumination and darkness, expectancy and uncertainty, replaying not merely your affirmations, but their counterclaims. The snare lies in accepting both reflections as equally potent, when in reality, only one has lasting power. The human psyche is trained by contrast. Utter day and night is evoked. Speak wealth and poverty surfaces. Pronounce love and loneliness rustles in reply. This reaction is not malice, it is conditioning. The subconscious holds fast to familiar patterns, so when a fresh affirmation appears, it replies. But my experience has shown the opposite. How disheartening this often feels. You begin with trust, only to encounter immediate counter-evidence. You decree wellness and symptoms flare. You affirm companionship and solitude raps harder. You summon abundance and indebtedness roars in response. The affirmation resembles a newly lit match in a cavern swiftly engulfed by darkness. Yet consider this truth: the emergence of shadow does not signal that the light has failed. It signals that the light is present. Shadows cannot stand alone. They appear only where illumination is active. The very presence of resistance demonstrates that a fresh word has begun to take form. Reflect on this when a farmer sows a seed, the ground pushes against it. The crust must crack. The surface must split for the fragile sprout to emerge. Likewise, when you affirm a new state, the subconscious, like the earth, presses back. It presents the opposite not as rejection, but because the rupture is integral to growth. Florence Scovel Shinn cautioned against this very duality trap. She observed that affirming health can make sickness seem more vivid. Affirming supply may amplify the appearance of lack. The subconscious is not your adversary. It exposes what needs release, like ancient roots surfacing when new plantings are made. What then should be our response? Should we discard affirmations merely because contradiction appears? No. That moment is the examination, the doorway, the sentinel inquiring, will you remain in faith or will you turn back? Picture a wayfarer at a fork in the road. One route shines with possibility, while the other, gloomy and bristling with thorns, feels known. The intellect argues. The darker trail is safer, you know its turns. The heart counters. The luminous path belongs to you, advance and claim it. This is the ongoing decision for the one who affirms to continue in the light, even as the shadow murmurs. Regard each affirmation as a candle. Whenever you speak a true word, another wick catches in that mirrored corridor. Initially, the darkness still seems large, yet as the flames increase, illumination intensifies and the shadows recede. In time, the hall shines so fully that fear's images fade from view. The duality snare ensnares only those who confuse the shadow for reality. Once you grasp that the surfacing of the contrary signals advancement instead of defeat, the conflict transforms. Resistance turns into reassurance. Uncertainty becomes validation. Every counter whisper testifies that your new word has reached the depths of the inner mind. Stop for a moment. Sense this. The inner debate that flares whenever you affirm good is not a foe. It is the earth cracking the shadow, forming precisely because the lamp has been kindled. You are not failing, you are progressing. Therefore, when you assert, I am prosperous, and scarcity whispers in reply, meet it with a smile and answer, thank you for revealing what is passing away. When you affirm, I am healed, and recollections of illness return, respond, you are merely a shadow. My reality is health. Approach this way, the duality trap transforms from confinement into corridor. Let me ask, plainly answer within with honesty. Have you noticed your mind disputing your good declarations? Have you voiced a faith-filled word only to catch fear's echo? If your answer is yes, understand this, you are neither fragile nor defective, and you are certainly not solitary. You stand at the very threshold where true change starts. Florence taught that perseverance unties the snare. A word delivered in trust, repeated faithfully, outlives the pushback. Shadow cannot withstand sustained illumination. When the subconscious is impressed repeatedly, it releases the prior script and adopts the new refrain. At that moment, the inner quarrel quiets, the reflection clarifies, and the door swings wide. Therefore, let us affirm in unity, not with hollow tone, but with the realization that shadows testify to illumination. Let us pronounce every time doubt appears, it is proof that my faith is working. Sense the strength in that inversion, no longer confined, but released. No longer battling silhouettes, but recognizing them as markers of light. This is the way through the duality snare, not evasion, but steadiness, not trembling, but trust, not withdrawal, but continuity until the uttered word is realized. Thus, when you voice your affirmations today, anticipate the shadow. Receive it. It simply signals that your flame burns more intensely. And if you have experienced this internal sparring, if your own mind has resisted the very good you desire, say it openly now. Yes, my mind has argued back. In giving it a name, you loosen the snare, and by faith, you choose the lighted way. The night carried a chill, but not the sort that bites from the air outside. It was an inward frost, the temperature of fear. Arthur crouched at his kitchen table, shoulders drawn in beneath a lone bulb that sputtered and wavered, casting jagged silhouettes across the flaking wallpaper. Spread before him was a pile of still-sealed envelopes' corners, bent each branded with crimson warnings that felt like indictments past due. Final notice, eviction pending. He didn't have to slit them open. Their contents were foregone conclusions. Only the day before, the landlord had pounded on the door, hard, decisive, insisting on money Arthur couldn't produce. In a fortnight, perhaps sooner, he would be forced out. Though worn and threadbare, the apartment had sheltered him for years. It preserved echoes of his late wife's laughter, the aroma of her morning coffee, the memory of her gentle hand in his. To be driven from it now felt as if he would lose her a second time. His fingers shook as he covered his face. He had made the effort truly relentlessly. Patchwork gigs when he could find them. Long circuits through the city, scanning storefronts for help-wanted postings that seemed to disappear as soon as he came near. Every refusal stacked upon the previous one until hope dwindled to something faint and breath-like. Arthur knew about affirmations. A buoyant, persistent friend had pressed a small pamphlet into his hands, reciting sentences that pledged abundance, vitality, and joy. For a week, he experimented facing the chipped bathroom mirror and saying, "I am prosperous. Money flows to me easily." Yet the phrases felt dry and lifeless on his tongue. Every morning, the glass returned not an image of wealth, but the weary features of a man eroded by long struggle. Every evening, the mailbox delivered not mercy, but additional debts. Eventually, he abandoned the practice. In his judgment, affirmations were untruths disguised in optimistic attire. Yet this night, within the hush of his dim rooms, the memory of those lines came back tugging at him like a sentence left incomplete. He murmured them once more, not from conviction, but from need. "I am prosperous. Money flows to me easily." The words fractured as they left his throat. His thoughts snapped back at once, harsh and cutting. "No, you're not. Look at the bills. Look at the empty cupboards. Look at yourself." Arthur brought his fist down on the tabletop, sending the overhead bulb into a shaky arc. "What's the use?" he murmured into the room. "What's the use of words when reality says otherwise?" His chest constricted as if an iron hoop had cinched around his ribcage. Breath came shallow and thin. He lowered his forehead to the tabletop and wept not with streaming tears, but with those deep, quaking sobs that are nearly soundless. Beyond the walls, wind shook the glass in its frame. Somewhere far off, a car horn cut the air. The city continued unperturbed, unmoved by the quiet calamity taking shape in Arthur's kitchen. And still within that dense stillness, a faint motion arose. Not quite a voice, more prompting a glimmer like the dark itself breathing, "Do not give up." there is a way. Arthur raised his head with care. His gaze landed on a worn volume that had gathered years of dust on the shelf, a book he had never opened. Long ago, a woman he could scarcely call to mind had given it to him, a book by Florence Scovel Shinn. His hands shook as he reached for it, as if grasping the final candle left to pierce the night. He parted the book at an arbitrary page, and immediately his eyes rested on a line, "Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good." The sentence landed in an unexpected way. It did not dwell on scarcity or despondency, nor did it taunt him with glittering pledges. It calmly asserted that even in his present fracture, a connection to good remained. He murmured the line under his breath. "Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good." The cadence felt new to his tongue, yet it was not empty. It bore a substance, a quiet gravity he could not rationally account for. He continued consuming the prose as ravenously as a hungry man takes bread. Florence wrote of the potency of speech and the obligation to select one's words as deliberately as one selects seed for planting. She recounted accounts of people who spoke their way out of desolation, not by pretending facts away, but by voicing a reality of higher order. Arthur felt his heartbeat rise. Was it possible? Could mere words truly bear such force? Yet doubt surged, insistent as ever. It's too late. The rent is due. The cupboards are empty. No word can alter those facts. Arthur drew the book tight against his chest. If this is true, he breathed, if language truly holds power, then help me find the right word. Let me speak something that cannot be moved. The hours dragged on. He prayed prayers broken into gasps and small cries. He drifted into brief snatches of sleep, only to jerk awake beneath the returning weight of dread. His limbs throbbed with fatigue. His thoughts throbbed with fear. Still threading through it all, the sentence returned and returned. Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. When dawn arrived, no miracle had materialized. Yet a spark had an almost imperceptible glimmer that maybe, just maybe, the sealed door of his life possessed a key. He pushed himself upright, drained yet determined. Again, he whispered, "There must be a word that holds." And in that delicate interval between desolation and daybreak, he stood on the verge of hearing the word that would change all things. For the moment, let us leave him here beneath the night's heaviness, near the lip of surrender, awaiting a revelation that will arrive not by chance, but by a precise and sacred appointment. Arthur's midnight ordeal mirrors that of multitudes. The notices, the intimidation, the fear, these are not his burden alone. They are the recurring shadows that come upon every seeker, testing whether faith can endure when outward proof shouts its contradiction. Arthur's narrative is in essence our narrative. His skepticism has echoed your own. His silent sobs have been yours. And just as he will discover a word that reorients his world, so likewise can you. For what appears to be a final ending is frequently an entryway. And it is precisely at that entryway that miracles poise themselves to appear. Morning broke faintly, a narrow band of silver sliding over the floorboards. He had not truly slept. His frame slumped in the chair while his spirit fidgeted in that peculiar zone where hope and despair grapple like titans. His reddened, puffy eyes again sought the open book before him. Florence Scovel Shinn's slim work pages, frayed spine split, yet vibrating with an unseen vitality. He followed the lines with his fingertip, breathing them softly into the air. Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. Again, then again. With each repetition, the statement sank lower as if carving channels through the stonework of his fear. Yet the eviction dread clung to him. The pile of letters seemed to glare. The bare shelves jeered. Could words by themselves, he wondered, truly stem a surge like this? Just then, his gaze snagged on a particular passage, a sentence Florence had penned with unmistakable precision and strength. He sounded it out. There is always a perfect word that dissolves the obstacle and calls forth the demonstration. The perfect word. Arthur went still. Could a single utterance exist so saturated with divine sureness that it would splinter doubt as if it were glass? He shut his eyes and brought his palms together. If there is such a word, God, let me find it. Let me hear it. His exhale quivered. Silence lengthened. His heartbeat hammered. And then, like a far-carried whisper, like a muted trumpet along the corridors of his inner self, he heard it. Inexpugnable. The term sounded unusual, alien old. He startled, eyes opening, and pronounced it audibly, inexpugnable. The utterance flooded the small kitchen solid, unbending a rampart built from syllables. He inclined toward the table and breathed it once more. Inexpugnable. He could not have offered a dictionary-perfect definition, yet some deep instinct in his very bones grasped it. It was a word of the unconquered, impossible to seize by force, a stronghold, a citadel no foe could penetrate. As he voiced it, the vice that had cinched his chest for days slackened. Air flowed more freely. He sat taller. Inexpugnable, he proclaimed louder now, as if declaring it to himself and to the shadows that had kept company with his fear. And something moved within, subtle but definite. Where earlier affirmations had drifted like plumes into a gale, this one dropped like a hammer, like a heavy stone, into the calm pool of his inner life, casting widening rings. It sought no consent. It held firm. It stood there, solid, unmoving. Inexpugnable, he said again, his tone growing even and strong. He sensed the syllables assembling themselves into an inner bulwark, a shield raised against despair. Pictures formed of their own accord, a hilltop citadel with towering, impregnable walls and gates sealed against any invader. Tempests pounded it, and it held. Armies massed before it, and they failed to breach. Flames curled along its stones, and it remained intact. This fortress was his faith, his very spirit, and on its standard, lettered in bold script, stood the word inexpugnable. The fear that had gripped his heart only hours earlier began to disassemble, not in a single sweep, but incrementally, as if this single term were prying it apart, brick after brick. Arthur stood his frame, shaking not with frailty now, but with an unfamiliar vigor. He walked the floor, first whispering, and then declaring, inexpugnable. My faith is inexpugnable. My good is inexpugnable. My supply is inexpugnable. The apartment's worn, fissured walls appeared to return the sound to him, and with every echo, the words settled further into the soil of his subconscious. For the first time in many months, he felt calm, genuinely calm, not because the invoices had disappeared, nor because cash had materialized, but because a certainty had ignited within him, a steadiness that no outer force, no landlord, no notice, no warning could unsettle. This was no denial. He did not act as though the envelopes had evaporated, nor did he refuse to see the bare cupboards. Rather, those facts no longer governed him. The inner stronghold stood, and he knew in a way that exceeded analysis, that circumstance no longer held him captive. He returned to his seat and with a kind of hushed respect wrote the term on a small scrap, INEXPUGNABLE. He fastened it to the wall above the table. He wrote it once more and tucked it into his pocket. He mouthed it while making coffee while washing his face, and as he stepped into the brisk morning. With each utterance, the stronghold expanded, rising higher, thickening its strength, shining more brightly within. Neighbors offered casual nods as he went by, not sensing that something immense had altered in the man who used to shuffle with rounded shoulders and tired eyes. The same noisy, striving city enclosed him, yet Arthur moved as one bearing a hidden armament, an invisible but indestructible shield. As the day unfolded, modest indicators appeared. A friend phoned with an offer of a day's labor. A stranger paused to hold a door, smiling in a way that seemed to say, "You are seen." The weight that had adhered to him for so long seemed to loosen, giving way to an invisible flow of favor. Was it sorcery, mere chance, or was it instead the straightforward, unwavering principle Florence had articulated, that the precise word uttered in faith remolds the invisible realm, and the invisible in turn reorganizes the visible world? Arthur chose not to debate the cause. He simply kept going, inexpugnable. Several days slipped by. The old clutch of fear around his chest ceased to dominate him. The envelopes still rested on the table, but the shrillness had drained from them. They merely sat inert before the rampart of his new conviction. Then one morning, a different envelope came, no demand, but provision. A former employer, nearly erased from memory, remitted payment for work finished months prior. The sum down to the exact cent met his rent in full. Arthur laughed out loud, the tone pealing through the cramped kitchen like a bell. Tears welled, not the tears of defeat, but of thankfulness. Clutching the check to his chest, he breathed, "Inexpugnable. Truly my good is inexpugnable." In that instant, he grasped what Florence intended by the perfect word. It was never the rote recitation of infinite lines, nor the exhausting duel with the intellect using empty slogans. It was the discovery of the single term that vibrates like a tuning fork with the divine, the word that slips past skepticism and settles directly into the core of the heart. For Arthur, that term was inexpugnable. For someone else, it might be freedom, abundance, or joy. The particular vocabulary matters less than the certainty the word awakens within. Arthur's circumstances did not instantly blossom into wealth or effortless comfort, yet something more profound had changed. He ceased to be a man pressed by fear. He became the citadel itself, unyielding, rooted in faith. From that day on, whenever gloom rose up, his reply was singular, inexpugnable. He bore the word like a standard, a buckler, and a hymn. Wherever he voiced it, doors eased, wide prospects arranged themselves, and inward calm held sway. So let me ask you, plainly, did Arthur's account stir anything deep within you? As the word resounded for him, did a vision of the fortress also rise within your own imagination? If your answer is yes, then take it up for yourself. Say it aloud this very moment, inexpugnable. Sense its heft, its sureness, its uncompromising force. And if you wish to plant this truth firmly in your life, proclaim it without hesitation in the comments below, inexpugnable. For what you seize by faith cannot be stolen by any opposing power. Take a brief pause. Draw in a full breath and let your entire body release it in quiet. Experience these utterances as more than mere noise. Allow them to come in as seeds, as vital animating forces, for that is their true nature. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Your word is your wand." This is not decorative poetry. It is a principle, a law. When you speak, you are not only giving commentary on reality, you are issuing directives to it. Your speech functions as a wand. You hold a living scepter of potency. With it, you sketch the contours of your future. Each line you utter, whether in a hushed aside or a clear declaration, mobilizes invisible agencies. Many of us have wielded this wand without awareness, naming scarcity, hardship, and fear. And obediently, those conditions have come knocking. The grace of the law is its neutrality. The wand answers to its wielder. When you learn to aim it deliberately, you enter your rightful inheritance as a creative being. Now picture an expansive garden with deep, fertile loam. Every utterance you make is a seed you cast into that earth. Seeds do not evaluate intentions. They never ask, "Is this truly your desire?" They simply follow their nature and germinate. Plant roses and roses appear. Plant thorns and thorns emerge. The soil offers no argument. It merely yields what was sown. Your subconscious is that soil, and your language provides the seeds. Proclaim scarcity, and scarcity multiplies. Declare abundance, and abundance proliferates. One cannot insert an apple seed and expect an orange tree. Likewise, one cannot plant words of defeat and anticipate triumph. The harvest will always mirror the seed. Therefore, dear friend, inquire honestly today, what crop am I cultivating with my daily speech? People of old understood that words operate as spells. In fact, spell signifies both the arrangement of letters into words and the act of magical casting. When you state, "I can never afford," that you pronounce a limitation charm. When you exhale, "Life is so hard," you stitch a binding that ties you to hardship. But when you affirm, "I am divinely provided for," I walk in favor. Doors open for me now. You are invoking the enchantment of liberty. Here is the marvelous fact: your life perpetually reorganizes itself to vindicate your declarations. This is why Scripture affirms, "Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." Not mere thought, not hope in isolation, a decree. Your decree acts like a hammer upon the unseen substance of spirit, shaping and compressing it into visible form. Pause. Imagine the harp's tones softening and settling. Let us make a brief experiment now. Rest your hand lightly upon your heart. Notice its consistent cadence. Then echo these words. My words are seeds. My words are power. I now plant only words of abundance, of health, of love. Every seed I sow blossoms in divine order. It is done. It is done. It is done. Now draw in a long breath as if you were inhaling those phrases into the inner soil of your being. Allow the vibration to come to rest. You may not yet glimpse the shoot, but the seed is living, already unfolding its work beneath the surface. A woman once approached Florence Scovel Shinn in a state of panic and fear. Her habitual talk revolved around her debts. She would constantly repeat, "I can never make ends meet." As her words foretold, her days became a chain of overdue accounts and money anxiety. Florence instructed her to revise her decree. In place of rehearsing scarcity, she was to proclaim daily, "I am a child of the Most High, and money comes to me in avalanches of abundance, under grace, and in perfect ways." Initially, the woman scoffed at herself. The phrases felt awkward, as though she were play acting. Yet she continued. She sowed the new seed consistently. Within weeks, unanticipated checks appeared. Job opportunities materialized from unlikely corners. Debts dissolved. Why did it change? Her declaration altered the texture of her subconscious soil, and that soil, being dutiful, produced a matching harvest. The wand was always in her grasp. She had merely aimed it at dark shapes. When she pivoted toward light, her life began to flower. Keep this in mind. Your world is your word turned outward and made visible. If you voice grievances, you will inhabit a landscape of grievance. If you speak joy, you will reside in a realm of joy. Your tongue acts as the rudder guiding the vessel of your life. Though small, it sets the entire course. Even modern science echoes this insight. Repeatedly spoken words etch fresh neural pathways, shaping habits of thought and anticipation. And what you repeatedly anticipate, you tend to draw into experience. Therefore, hear this counsel: protect your language as you would protect valuables. Do not permit careless talk to scatter weeds across your garden. Speak deliberately, speak with accuracy. Vague language yields hazy outcomes. Precise language yields precise manifestations. Picture sending a letter without an address. It never reaches anyone. In just the same way, indistinct instructions to the universe float about with nowhere to land. If you say, "I want more money," you might discover a coin on the sidewalk, and the law, having done exactly as told, is satisfied. But should you pronounce, "I call $10,000 to me by September 30th, under grace and in perfect ways," you have affixed a specific address to your request. The law then knows precisely how and where to deliver. Clarity in speech produces clarity in creation. Practice articulating exactly what you intend. Specify the amount. Specify the time frame. Specify the conditions under grace and in perfect ways. This is not presumption. It is rightful alignment. Let us issue a decree together now. Say the following out loud: "I call $10,000 to me by September 30th. I see it, I feel it, I receive it under grace and in perfect ways. My word is my wand, and what I decree is established now." Sense the vibration of those sentences moving through your body. Observe the subtle turn in your energy. That sensation is the seed dropping into soil. That motion is the wand sketching your destiny. Do not make light of the holiness of your speech. Each sentence is a brushstroke upon the canvas of your future. Every phrase is a threshold you either push open or shut. Begin now to select words that construct, that confer blessing, that steer your life toward harmony. From this instant, let your mouth pour forth abundance. Let your tongue serve as the clerk recording your miracles. And when doubt appears, recall this: you do not have to force outcomes through strain. Speak, believe, and let Spirit's soil complete the hidden work. Music rises gently, then subsides to a hush. If this lesson stirred your heart, if it reminded you of the power already resident in your speech, pass it to someone you cherish. Share it with a person who needs to be reminded of the force of words today. For when even one person learns to speak life, the effect travels outward in waves, bringing blessing to multitudes. Therefore, move forward now, wand in hand, seed on your tongue, decree inscribed upon your heart. Then observe as your words solidify into your world. Inside, you speak two distinct voices. One belongs to the conscious mind, the faculty that dissects, evaluates, interrogates, and frequently disputes. The other is the subconscious, the deeper ground of your nature, the receptive soil that wordlessly accepts whatever seeds are sown into it, and then proceeds to cultivate them. Think of the conscious mind as a sentry posted at the gate. It patrols incessantly, scrutinizing each statement, each affirmation, each decree that crosses your lips. At times, when you proclaim, "I am wealthy," I am prosperous. I am abundant. That vigilant guard interjects skepticism. That's not true. Look at your balance. Consider those bills. It is here that countless people abandon the practice. They conclude, affirmations don't work for me. My mind keeps pushing back. What they fail to recognize is crucial. The debating conscious is not the force that fashions destiny. The power that molds outcomes is the compliant, receptive subconscious. The subconscious does not argue or enter into discussion. It never pauses to inquire. Are you sure its function is straightforward? It accepts impressions and then expresses them outwardly as conditions. Like rich, loamy ground, it brings forth whatever seeds are sown into it, be they fragrant roses or invasive weeds, without preference or complaint. The core difficulty is as follows: by what means can we slip past the disputatious sentry at the threshold of the mind so that our chosen seed may be deposited securely into the receptive soil beneath the conscious mind, behaves like a devoted watchman who sincerely thinks it is keeping you safe? It pushes back against fresh affirmations precisely because it has been conditioned to depend on facts derived from the five senses. Lacking visible proof of prosperity, it reflexively concludes that can't be true. The subconscious, however, is not moved by evidence. It is moved by direction. It is impressed by repeated statements, vivid mental pictures, and embodied feeling tones. Therefore, when the conscious mind raises objections, refrain from debating it. Avoid wrestling with the protest. Rather speak in a measured, composed manner again and again with a demeanor of gentle authority. Gradually, the steady cadence of repetition relaxes the sentry, and the seed passes through the gate, arriving safely in the inner soil. Consider a brief illustration. A man approached me after months of dutiful affirmation. Each morning he recited, "I am rich, I am successful, I am happy," yet his circumstances remained stubbornly the same. The reason became obvious. Although his tongue proclaimed abundance, his inner commentary murmured lack. He would say, "I am rich," and in the very next instant think, "But I can't even pay rent," thereby canceling the intended impression. His conscious mind contended with such volume and persistence that the subconscious never actually received a viable impression. The situation resembled tossing seed over a slab of concrete no root could penetrate, and thus no growth could begin. I therefore encouraged him to alter his method. Rather than insisting on statements that felt patently untrue, he started with milder, more acceptable phrases that his conscious mind could permit. He affirmed, "Every day things are improving for me. Money is finding its way to me now. I am learning to receive abundance under grace, thereby easing open the gate." Because these declarations rang plausible, the conscious guard stood aside and let them through. With time, the subconscious absorbed the repeated impressions, and visible conditions adjusted accordingly. New opportunities surfaced, obligations were settled, and his experience of supply expanded. The essential point, then, is not to battle the conscious mind. Rather, it is to frame your speech so skillfully and gently that the sentry finds no grounds to resist your entry. Return to the image of the faithful gatekeeper. If you storm the entrance with raised voice and demands, the guard stiffens in opposition. If instead you speak with steady gentleness, assured poise, and consistent tone, the guard eases and the gates swing open without struggle. Once you have passed the threshold, the seed can be placed within the garden of the subconscious. From that instant, the unfolding harvest becomes a matter of certainty and timing, not of possibility. This explains why Florence Scovel Shinn underscored the potency of words spoken and respoken with confidence. As she observed, man can only be a failure when he loses his true place in the divine plan through a false word. She likewise taught that a single accurate word uttered with genuine conviction is sufficient to activate the whole movement of divine order on one's behalf. Let us practice a brief exercise together. Gently close your eyes and draw a slow breath inward. As you release it, picture yourself before a magnificent gate. Beyond it stretches the lush, fertile garden of your subconscious. At the threshold stands a faithful guardian, watchful and careful, yet not antagonistic. Now, rather than attempting to overpower the sentinel address, it softly and respectfully. Say inwardly to yourself, I am safe to prosper. I am safe to receive. I am safe to live in abundance. Repeat this 3 times, attending to the tenderness of the phrasing. Sense the guardian softening and the hinges loosening as the gate begins to part. Now visualize setting your seed, your chosen affirmation, into the prepared earth. Then affirm inwardly, I call $10,000 to me by September 30th under grace and in perfect ways. Picture yourself placing that seed into dark, nourishing soil. Release your grip on it thereafter. Trust the ground. Trust the orderly process. Remember, the subconscious does not contend. It complies and carries out the instruction. When an affirmation seems utterly implausible, the conscious mind will push back with vigor. Therefore, select language that expands you without shattering credibility. For instance, if saying I am a millionaire provokes an inner shout of objection, begin instead with statements such as, I am open to wealth. Money comes to me easily now. Prosperity is flowing toward me. Such phrasing sidesteps the conscious barrier and moves directly into the receptive soil beneath. Once the subconscious accepts a particular seed, it marshals the unseen agencies of life to organize circumstances until the idea manifests in concrete form. The subconscious is not an originator so much as an executor. It faithfully obeys. It receives the images and phrases stamped upon it and reproduces them externally. Think of it as a projection apparatus with your words as the film strip. Whatever occupies that strip must inevitably show up on the living screen before you. If your vocabulary is saturated with anxiety, the subconscious will cast scenes that correspond to fear. If your speech is steeped in trust, the subconscious will exhibit outcomes that match experiences of blessing, supply, and increase. Hence the wisdom text that instructs, keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. In this context, heart refers to the subconscious, the deep interior soil from which life's streams emerge. Therefore, protect that inner ground with care and choose your plantings with discernment and prudence. Many individuals test affirmations for a handful of days and then quit when results are not immediate. Yet consider how a gardener treats a seed. You would not exhume it each morning to check progress. You irrigate it. You rely on the soil's processes. You practice patient expectancy. In like manner, affirmations require soft steadiness rather than brute effort. No straining, only daily watering through spoken declarations, mental imagery, and sincere feeling. With time, the subconscious assimilates the imprint and the visible harvest emerges. Let us make a shared affirmation now. My subconscious is my faithful servant. It receives every good seed I plant. I now plant seeds of abundance, love, and joy. My subconscious brings them to pass under grace and in perfect ways. Return to this each day, not as a strenuous task, but as a serene acknowledgement. In time, the gatekeeper will step aside entirely, and the inner garden will bloom in due season. The conscious mind debates, whereas the subconscious complies. Your responsibility is not to combat the argument. It is to keep speaking with calm regularity and steadfast faith until the seed anchors itself and begins to grow. Therefore, whenever the inner commentary pipes up with, "That's not true," meet it with a soft smile. Do not push back against it. Just return to sowing once more and again and yet again. The inner soil does not fatigue. It does not debate, it does not negotiate. It only receives and obeys the seed entrusted to it. In due season, the harvest will come into view, ample, increased, and impossible to dispute. Many of us have been conditioned to believe that sheer effort is the master key to achievement. Push harder, extend the hours, muscle the result into existence. Yet within the sacred dynamics of manifestation, effort is not the fuel of creation. It is often the signal of uncertainty. Effort is doubt dressed as diligence. Compulsive effort sends a message: I don't trust the soil to perform its process. I must excavate the seed and force growth with my own hands. Yet no wise gardener disturbs a seed hourly to verify progress. A true cultivator waters, steadily trusts the silent process, and waits with quiet certainty. When you shove at life, you generate friction. Resistance begets more resistance. It is as futile as attempting to shove water uphill with naked palms. The greater the push, the more it escapes your grasp. When you cease forcing and step aside, the current resumes its natural course and bears you downstream with ease toward your rightful destination. Hence, Florence Scovel Shinn's instruction: man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. To prepare in advance is an act of faith. To strain compulsively is a confession of doubt. Consider a woman who yearned for love. She labored incessantly, enrolling in every dating platform, showing up at every social function, churning with worry and continuous searching. The harder she tried, the more love receded. Her actions hummed with desperation, and desperation echoed back into her life. At last, worn out, she released her grip. She set aside compulsion. Each morning, she adopted a simple, steady decree: I am loved. I am cherished. Love finds me easily under grace and in perfect ways. She relinquished struggle and permitted herself to embody the feeling of being already loved and already complete. Within a few weeks and without strain, she encountered the man who would become her husband. The change arrived not via exertion, but through alignment. Not by struggle, but through an easeful flow. The moment she ceased trying to compel outcomes, her miracle had room to appear. Spirit exerts no strain. Nature does not grind. Rivers do not shove their banks. They move gracefully, discovering the line of least resistance as a matter of course. When you tighten and force, you broadcast mistrust of the current. When you release and settle into faith, the current bears you swiftly and accurately to your next right place. For this reason, the scriptures instruct: stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. The directive is not work harder, but rather be still and behold. Stillness is not inertia. It means taking steps unburdened by strain, acting from trust, moving in confidence, and flowing with inner certainty. Many confuse effort with faith, concluding, if I grind sufficiently, the blessing must arrive. True faith, by contrast, proceeds with composed assurance. It acts without tightness. It trusts the soil's process and the seed's inherent potency. Compulsive effort is born of fear, fear of failure, fear of inadequacy, fear that life will not provide. Yet fear cannot yield the harvest of faith. Only trust can produce that fruit. Let us practice. Close your eyes and picture yourself standing in a transparent stream with water lapping lightly at your ankles. You attempt to capture the flow with your hands, but it slides through your fingers. You try to push it back upstream, and it resists. At last you stop forcing. You open your arms and allow the current to bear you. Notice the softness, the relief. This is the felt sense of manifestation when effort is set down. Now in a soft murmur speak, I flow with life. I do not force. I trust the current to carry me to my good. Say this 3 times, drawing a deep breath with each repetition. Observe the loosening in your body. Observe how peace displaces tightness. This is alignment in action. Understand, letting go of strain is not the same as doing nothing. It is a posture of readiness for inspired action. Inspired action feels buoyant, organic, and joyful. It presents itself as the obvious next step, rather than a frantic shove. Actions taken from compulsion drain you and often yield meager results. Actions taken from inspiration invite synchronicity, doors open, helpers arrive, conditions line up. The crucial distinction is not the behavior itself, but the energetic posture from which it springs. Florence Scovel Shinn counseled a student who was straining to sell her home. The woman had attempted every listing, every agent, every tactic without success. Florence urged her to cease striving and to decree instead, I am divinely led to the right buyer, and the buyer is divinely led to me. We meet under grace and in perfect ways. The woman complied, and within a matter of days, the buyer presented herself simply, fittingly, and free of strain. Let us make a joint decree. Now I release struggle. I release strain. I flow with life, and life flows to me. What I seek is seeking me now, under grace and in perfect ways. Dear one, effort is not the source of your strength. Faith is your strength. Certainty is your protection. Flow is your roadway. When you catch yourself forcing, tightening, wearing out your spirit, pause. Breathe. Come back to trust. Allow the current to carry you. Your good is already in motion in your direction. It is not discovered through tension. It is received through letting go. If this teaching rings true for you, write these words now. Flow, not force. Let that phrase serve as your personal reminder that Spirit's river is always conveying you to the right destination. There exists a spiritual law little understood yet essential to invulnerability, the law of non-resistance. Resistance summons conflict. Combat fortifies the object of opposition. But when you relinquish resistance and take your stand in the assurance of divine order, you become unassailable. You occupy what Florence Scovel Shinn termed an inexpugnable fortress that is a stronghold that cannot be seized, cannot be rattled, and cannot be overcome. This is the protective shield forged by non-resistance. Visualize yourself at the heart of a citadel composed of radiance. Its ramparts do not tremble. Tempests may howl beyond the walls, yet inwardly you remain composed. Arrows may launch towards you, but they disintegrate before contact. Why? Because you do not engage them. You let them move past. You stand in unwavering certainty, and certainty cannot be pierced. Resistance invariably amplifies the very condition you fear. Resist indebtedness, and attachment to it tightens. Resist illness, and you feed it energy. Resist lack, and scarcity is drawn more strongly to you. Consider quicksand. The fiercer your struggle, the faster you descend. When you relax and distribute your weight, you remain buoyant. Life behaves similarly. Struggle drags you under. Non-resistance elevates you. Note well, this is not apathy or frailty. Non-resistance is strength at its highest. It is the deliberate decision to say, I refuse to battle silhouettes. I choose to stand in the light. A man wrongly accused by his superior felt anger rise and defenses ready themselves. Then he recalled Florence Scovel Shinn's counsel, I do not resist. God is my defense. Nothing shall defeat the divine plan of my life. Rather than counterattacking, he chose calm affirmation. This situation dissolves under grace. Only justice remains. I am shielded by divine order. He would not answer aggression with aggression. Within a few days, the accusations were withdrawn. The employer even offered an apology. The reason is plain: refusing to wrestle the shadow, he remained in the light. Non-resistance provided an impenetrable shield. Close your eyes for a moment and envision a fortress forming around you, sheer walls of luminous light, watchtowers burning with sacred fire. You are within, collected, steady, secure. Outside winds may roar, voices may shout, situations may rattle, but nothing penetrates your stronghold. Each dart of fear evaporates prior to contact. Every pebble of doubt disintegrates before reaching the ramparts. You are protected by divine assurance, encompassed by an inexpugnable edifice of light. Speak this aloud with me. I stand in the fortress of spirit. I am safe. I am shielded. I do not resist shadows. I radiate light, and only light returns to me. Resistance proclaims this situation rules me. Non-resistance proclaims only spirit holds authority in this space. Resistance leaks vitality. Non-resistance replenishes it. Resistance grapples with silhouettes. Non-resistance illuminates them until they vanish. This explains Jesus' instruction, resist not evil. The point is not to approve of wrongdoing, but to avoid energizing it through combat. Withholding resistance deprives it of power. Light never grapples with darkness. It shines, and darkness ceases to appear. Identify one domain in your life where you have been pushing back finances, well-being, or a relationship. Notice the tension, the constriction that resistance creates. Now take a sustaining breath. In a gentle voice, whisper, I release resistance. I relax into certainty. Spirit is my supply, my health, my peace. I am safe. Repeat this sequence 3 times, allowing a little more tension to drain away with each round. Notice your shoulders loosening and dropping. Notice your jaw unclenching. Sense a luminous shield forming and growing stronger around you with every calm breath. The instant you stop resisting, a pathway for the miraculous opens. The ground of spirit is not fertilized by strain or battle. It is receptive to confidence, surrender, and trust. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that non-resistance operates as a protective shield, impenetrable to negativity. Picture yourself moving through daily life. Within this protection, criticism strikes and ricochets harmlessly. Fear murmurs and evaporates. Any sense of lack approaches, but discovers no doorway into your field. Your protection does not arise from force or struggle. It is grounded in clarity, assurance, and steady certainty. Affirm the following now. I wear the shield of non-resistance. Nothing can defeat the divine plan of my life. I am untouchable, unshakable, and forever safe in spirit. A woman became entangled in a lawsuit that drained her vitality. She spent her days worrying, arguing, and resisting. The harder she fought, the more the conflict escalated. At last, exhausted, she turned to the principle of non-resistance. She declared, "This case dissolves under grace. Spirit is my defense and my supply." She ceased practicing rebuttals, let go of anxious speculation, and consciously released her resistance. Within a few weeks, the lawsuit was dismissed. What relentless effort could not accomplish non-resistance, resolved simply and with ease. This illustrates the real power of the protective shield of non-resistance. Let us proceed more deeply. Gently close your eyes. Envision yourself on a high mountain at daybreak as the sun ascends, bathing you in golden radiance. That radiance gathers into a luminous sphere surrounding you, intensifying until it becomes an unbreachable shield. Next picture, everything you have previously resisted: debt, illness, criticism, fear moving toward the sphere. The moment these forms contact the light, they vanish like fog under sunlight. You remain undisturbed, calm, and shining. Speak aloud the following: "Nothing can enter my shield of light. I do not resist shadows. I shine and shadows vanish. I am safe. I am free. I am strong." Dear one, non-resistance is not frailty. It is profound strength. Resistance entangles you with shadows and saps your energy, whereas release elevates you beyond them. Struggling depletes power. Relaxing into certainty allows you to move through life with invincible poise. From today onward, keep your shield with you. Decline to wrestle with shadows or squander energy in resistance. Be still and radiate, witnessing false conditions melt away in the presence of your light. You are encompassed by a fortress that is inexpugnable, utterly secure. Divine certainty protects you, and nothing can overturn the sacred design of your life. Miracles are not random occurrences. They are the result of alignment. They arise naturally from trust and faith, from spoken decrees, and from standing firmly in unwavering certainty. In alignment, your good arrives in right timing, through the appropriate channel, and in the right manner. There is no chasing or straining. You prepare inwardly, make your declaration, and allow yourself to receive. Allow me to illustrate with a story. A man named Arthur faced urgent financial need. A debt was coming due within days, and failure to pay meant losing his home. Fear pressed him to scramble, begging or borrowing, but he recalled the principle: stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Therefore, rather than racing about in panic, Arthur became still. He breathed deeply and declared, "The money that is mine by divine right appears now under grace and in perfect ways." He repeated this decree every day, at times, even hourly, yet without tension, speaking from certainty. He made inward room as if the funds had already arrived, releasing worry and replacing it with gratitude and thanks. Days went by with no visible shift. The due date crept nearer. His reasoning mind protested. "It isn't working. You need to push harder." Yet Arthur remained still. He declined to strive and deliberately rejected doubt. Then, precisely at the last moment, someone knocked. It was an old acquaintance he hadn't met for years. The visitor said, "Arthur, I was led to come see you today. I felt impressed to bring this to you." In the man's hand lay the precise amount Arthur required, accurate to the very last dollar. Neither short nor delayed, exact, complete, and perfectly timed. This exemplifies the law of alignment. When resistance is released and declarations are made with assurance, conditions reconfigure to supply exactly what is needed. Struggle insists I alone must force the result. Alignment affirms it is already unfolding. Struggle pries at doors. Alignment permits doors to swing open at the right moment. Consider a radio tuner. If the dial sits a fraction off frequency, you get only static. The station broadcasts continuously, yet you cannot receive it. Align the dial precisely, however, and the music arrives clear and strong. So it is with spirit. Provision is already transmitting, blessings are already in motion, and miracles are already arranged. But when tuned to fear, doubt, or pushback, you pick up only interference. Tune yourself to faith, assurance, and gratitude, and the symphony of miracles comes through. A woman deeply desired healing. She pursued every remedy, effort, and method, yet nothing succeeded. At last, she broke into tears, releasing accumulated resistance. Through her sobs, she murmured, "I let go. I am healed now under grace and in perfect ways." In the instant of surrender, her body responded. The healing she had pursued for years began to emerge. Why she ceased struggling, abandoned forcing, and came into alignment. Here is the paradox. Miracles frequently arrive not through heightened effort, but through deeper surrender. Let us enter alignment together now. Gently close your eyes and draw a long, unhurried breath. Envision yourself holding an empty cup, symbolizing your readiness, openness, and faith. Now picture a stream of golden light descending from above, filling your cup until it overflows. Sense its reassuring weight in your hands. Visualize the signs of your miracle already present: funds arriving, vitality, renewed love, moving opportunities opening. Speak inwardly, "I am aligned, I am ready. My miracle is here now under grace and in perfect ways." Inhale this reality. Envision it vividly. Sense it fully. Claim it as yours. A miracle cannot be coerced. It can only be aligned with. Alignment is cultivated through your declarations, your feeling tone, and your trust. Repeat this each day. What I seek is seeking me. What I need is already prepared. I am aligned with my good, and it comes to me now under grace and in perfect ways. Each repetition adjusts. The dial refines the frequency and wipes away the static until the music flows clear, beautiful, and unmistakable. When Arthur's provision arrived, he wept, this time from awe, not fear. He recognized that Spirit had been arranging matters beforehand. The visitor bearing the money had been prompted days earlier, even before the deadline pressed. The pieces had already been moving. This is the mystery of alignment. What you require is often en route, even before you speak. Yet the decree unlocks the door, faith makes room, and non-resistance clears the passage, and in exact timing, the miracle presents itself. Beloved, miracles are not unusual. They are the natural rhythm of life when you are aligned with Spirit. They come not by striving, but by certainty, not by forcing, but by effortless flow. Therefore, let the following be your decree. I live in alignment. My miracles arrive in perfect time. I am provided for, I am guided, I am blessed under grace and in perfect ways. Say it aloud, trust it, ready yourself for it. And when the miracle appears, welcome it with joy, knowing it was destined for you. If you believe miracles are aligning for you, now affirm in response, I claim it. Let your words seal the message and your decree initiate the law in motion. For your miracle is already inscribed in the divine design, and alignment carries it into your life. Beloved listener, we now enter the third and final chamber of our shared journey. We have unlocked the door of understanding and traversed the corridors of preparation. Now we arrive in the sanctuary of practice. Here we do not just contemplate truth, we proclaim it. We do not only hope for good, we decree it as already accomplished. We do not just ask for protection, we assert with authority, my life is inexpugnable. Pause and allow this term to settle into your spirit, inexpugnable. It is a fortress word, a shield born of divine decree, meaning unconquerable, impregnable, unable to be subdued or overcome. Spoken with conviction, it does not only describe you, it embodies you. Repeat aloud with me now. My finances are inexpugnable. My health is inexpugnable. My peace is inexpugnable. My joy is inexpugnable. My destiny is inexpugnable. Notice how the word resounds within your chest like a grand bell. Its resonance travels through every chamber of your being. With each declaration, you reinforce your life with invisible ramparts of light. Florence Scovel Shinn frequently told her students that a faith-spoken word is like a seed, tiny and easily overlooked at first, yet containing the entire oak within it. Thus, when you say, "My peace is inexpugnable," you are not naming a fleeting calm. You are planting an enduring tree of peace with deep roots and far-spreading branches. Now let us practice in call and response. Repeat after me, not timidly, but triumphantly. I make this declaration. My finances are beyond conquest, wholly inexpugnable. I declare again. My opportunities are impregnable and cannot be subdued, truly inexpugnable. I declare once more, my peace stands impregnable and unconquerable, utterly inexpugnable. I declare anew, my health stands impregnable and unconquerable, truly inexpugnable and beyond assault. I make a solemn declaration. My joy is impregnable and cannot be overthrown, utterly inexpugnable. I declare once more with emphasis, my home remains fortified and unassailable, completely inexpugnable in every respect. I declare yet again with firm conviction, my future is impregnable, undefeatable, and wholly inexpugnable. Yes, dear one, every word you utter functions as a decree, and every decree becomes governing law in your life. Heaven itself attends when you affirm the truth of who you are. Consider your finances. You may have feared scarcity or grappled with uncertainty. Yet today you raise your voice and proclaim, my finances are inexpugnable. No loss can topple you. No decline can reduce you. Your provision springs from the infinite's inexhaustible abundance. Though money travels through channels, your true source is steady and unshakable. Therefore, your finances are indeed inexpugnable. Consider your peace. Though the world may roar and storms ascend, you remain seated within Spirit's citadel. Your peace is neither brittle nor temporary, it is inexpugnable. Affirm it once more, my peace is inexpugnable. Now picture your life as a luminous stronghold, golden ramparts, soaring high, impossible to scale, gleaming with divine light. Encircling it runs a river of living water. Angels stand at the gates, guardians of joy and abundance. Fear cannot pierce these walls. Doubt cannot enter. No foe can overrun this citadel. Its substance is not stone, but word. God's word voiced through your lips, and the word invariably prevails. Pause at this point. Take deep, steady breaths. Lay your hand over your heart and softly whisper to yourself, my life is inexpugnable. Speak it again, this time with amplified certainty and poise. My life is inexpugnable. Repeat it once more as a decree whose resonance moves through eternity. My life is inexpugnable. Beloved, the governing law of the word is plain. What you consistently affirm, you embody. What you consciously name, you claim. What you decree as enduring roots itself as enduring. Thus today, You are constructing the fortress of the inexpugnable. As you enter your workplace, whisper inwardly, "My peace is inexpugnable." When viewing your accounts, affirm, "My supply is inexpugnable." When confronted with troubling reports, quietly repeat, "My safety is inexpugnable." Each declaration becomes a stone in your fortress wall. Each repetition functions as mortar that fixes the truth in place. Over time, no circumstance, semblance, or shadow will dare draw near, because your life will blaze with such certainty that darkness itself retreats. I invite you to personalize this now. Address one area at this very moment that you most wish to render unshakable: your health, your relationship, your creativity, or another. Declare it aloud. My peace is inexpugnable. Pause and repeat it. Sense conviction intensify. Know with confidence that heaven has registered your decree. Beloved, I ask you to record publicly one area of your life you now decree as inexpugnable. By writing, you seal it in action as well as in thought. By sharing, you encourage others to take the same stand. By affirming it openly, you set a living decree that will not be erased. Your word is your wand. Use it joyfully. Use it with assurance. Use it with the boldness of one who knows the truth. Your life is inexpugnable. Beloved soul, the word is more than a single declaration. It is a daily discipline, a lived way. As the body needs regular nourishment, the spirit likewise needs the sustenance of truth voiced aloud. Through this rhythm, the inexpugnable ceases to be a mere concept and becomes a steady cadence woven into your hours. Declaring once, "My life is inexpugnable," is one act. Rising each morning and clothing yourself in those words, carrying them on your lips throughout the day, and resting at night knowing they guard your dreams, is another. This is the daily ritual of the word, uncomplicated, unburdensome, consistent, and radiant with light. Allow me to share a story for clarity. A woman named Clara worked in a bustling office environment. Daily, she confronted deadline pressures, interpersonal friction, and the volatility of shifting markets. Initially, she returned home tired, anxious, and unsettled. Her peace felt brittle, her confidence easily rattled by the slightest gust of circumstance. One day, she encountered the word inexpugnable. It rang within her like a bell in quiet air. She repeated it softly, testing its resonance, inexpugnable. Then she began to affirm, "My peace is inexpugnable." At first, the practice felt unfamiliar, almost too lofty for her situation. Yet she persisted. Each morning, before stepping into the office, she paused for 3 mindful breaths and whispered, "My peace is inexpugnable. My confidence is inexpugnable. My joy is inexpugnable." Within a few days, coworkers observed a shift. Previously, she wavered at criticism. Now she stood composed. Formerly, she hurried in worry. Now she proceeded with ease. As others became frantic, she stayed serene. When asked the reason for her calm, she smiled and answered, "My peace is inexpugnable." Her daily ritual had erected a protective fortress, not of cold stone, but of luminous presence, and within that presence, she could not be overthrown. You also, beloved one, can establish this kind of ritual. Allow me to outline simple, practical steps. Step 1, morning declaration, foundational practice. Before touching your phone or hurrying into tasks, pause, plant your feet on the floor, breathe deeply, then speak aloud. My life is inexpugnable. My peace is inexpugnable. My health is inexpugnable. My supply is inexpugnable. Speak slowly and deliberately. Allow the words to envelop you like a garment. Sense yourself being clothed in divine certainty before you step into the day. Step 2, Midday, renewal, a brief resetting. At midday, or whenever worldly pressure mounts, withdraw for a brief moment. Whisper again these affirmations. My joy is inexpugnable. My confidence is inexpugnable. My clarity is inexpugnable. This interlude need not be lengthy. Even a half-minute refreshes and reinforces your fortress walls. Step 3. Evening gratitude, closing the day in strength. Before you drift into sleep, make one more declaration. Today my life proved inexpugnable. Tonight my rest is inexpugnable. Tomorrow my blessings are inexpugnable. Allow these declarations to accompany you into rest, ensuring that even your dreaming hours are watched over and protected by living truth. Beloved, the potency of ritual lies less in duration and more in unwavering consistency. As water drop by drop carves rock, so the daily spoken word gradually shapes your consciousness into steadfast certainty. You might also inscribe your declarations on small cards, placing one by the mirror or another on your desk, and one beside your bed so that each glance functions as an additional stone added to the wall of your inner fortress. Let us practice collectively, now layering the affirmations until they resonate like music within. Repeat after me aloud if possible to deepen the imprint. My morning is inexpugnable. My afternoon is inexpugnable. My evening is inexpugnable. My relationships are inexpugnable. My creativity is inexpugnable. My future is inexpugnable. Let every phrase strike like a drum beat, each word burn like a steady flame, and every repetition press the conviction deeper into your being. Grasp this clearly. The world may try to sway you, and appearances may momentarily startle you, yet your spoken word retains final authority. Voiced day after day, it does not diminish, it amplifies. As repeated resistance builds physical muscle, so repeated affirmation builds resilient spiritual strength. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Your word is your wand. The words you use create your own destiny." Consider the destiny that unfolds when your language remains consistently inexpugnable. You are no longer tossed by shifting winds or left vulnerable to every tide. Instead, you stand luminous, steady, and assured. Now, beloved listener, I invite you to apply this immediately. Initiate your ritual with even one sentence. My peace is inexpugnable. Keep it close like a note in your pocket. Murmur it in your heart before meetings, conversations, or decisions. With time, you will perceive the change. You will feel taller, calmer, and stronger, not due to a changed world, but because your word has raised a fortress around your spirit. I also ask that you not keep this discipline private. Offer it to someone wrestling with doubt, someone easily unsettled, someone yearning for steadiness. Tell them about the inexpugnable. Pass along this message or recording. In gifting a strong word, you reinforce not only your own life, but also the life of another soul. Remember, the daily ritual of speaking the word is the essential key to grounding your life as inexpugnable. Morning, noon, and evening declare, affirm, and reseal it repeatedly until it ceases to be a mere saying and becomes the truth you tangibly embody. Your life is in fact inexpugnable, and so it is now and always. Beloved one, having spoken, declared, and ritualized the word, we now move into deeper practice, a sacred invocation, a guided meditation through which inexpugnable becomes more than sound. It becomes breath pulse and radiant light within you. Choose a quiet place where you can remain undisturbed. Let your body grow still and your eyes softly close. Draw in a slow, gentle breath and release it gradually like an ebbing tide receding from the shore. With every breath, dissolve tension. Set down the weight of the day. Let go of concerns and plans, thoughts of before and after. In this moment, there is only presence itself, only the breath, only the living word. Now, allow the respiration to even out. As you inhale, silently say, within, in. As you exhale, quietly, whisper within, expugnable, maintaining the inner rhythm. In, inexpugnable, in, inexpugnable, in, inexpugnable. Allow the cadence of the word to fuse with the cadence of your breathing. Each inhalation draws divine strength inward. Each exhalation reinforces your whole being with the decree and identity, I am inexpugnable. Envision within your inner sight a golden fortress ascending around you, its walls, luminous, lofty, and unassailable. Recognize that every stone is fashioned not from earth, but from word, your own word spoken with authority and charged with divine potency. The fortress gates bear inscriptions: peace, joy, supply, health, love. Angels stand at the threshold as radiant guardians, smiling while they keep vigilant watch. Within these walls, you are secure. Within these walls, you are steady. Within these walls, you are profoundly free. Now draw another mindful breath again, returning gently to the steady rhythm you have established. In, inexpugnable. Out, inexpugnable. With each repetition, the luminous walls intensify their glow, and with each measured breath, the entire fortress gains strength. You are fully encircled, completely supported, and held in unwavering safety within Spirit's impregnable stronghold. Now let us voice our declarations together unhurriedly, like a deep soul chant that settles into the heart. My peace is inexpugnable. My joy is inexpugnable. My body is inexpugnable. My mind is inexpugnable. My life is inexpugnable. Allow these affirmations to move through you like resonant waves of sound. Sense their vibration thrumming in your chest, echoing in your bones, and reaching into the very marrow and core of your being. Now envision the golden fortress widening, surrounding not only your person, but your entire home. Its radiant ramparts stretch outward to encircle your dwelling. Each room shimmers with safeguarding light. Every corner is infused with calm. Your household as a whole is inexpugnable. Watch the protection reach farther still to your loved ones wherever they are. A gleaming fortress forms around each one, shimmering and resplendent, utterly inexpugnable. No harm gains entry. No shadow can linger. Only light is permitted to remain within. Now witness the shield stretching further, enclosing your finances, surrounding your vocation, and encompassing your future. Every sector of your life is embraced, circled, illuminated, and guarded. Your very destiny stands secured and inexpugnable. Pause, beloved one, and breathe this reality deeply into your being. I live within the inexpugnable light of Spirit. Rest quietly in this vision. Perceive your own unshakability, recognize the enduring nature of your peace, and feel the expansive, boundless quality of your joy. Now picture yourself passing through the fortress gates into daily life. Though you step outward, the protective walls accompany you. Wherever you travel, at work, in the marketplace, along the streets, the fortress remains around you. You are continually encircled, continually protected, continually inexpugnable. Should a fearful thought appear, it strikes the shining barrier and drops harmlessly away. If a murmur of doubt comes near, it cannot get past the guarded gates. If lack or conflict seeks entry, it encounters no opening, because your life remains steadfastly inexpugnable. Now, beloved, join the breath once more. Inhale deeply while silently saying within in. Exhale slowly while inwardly speaking expugnable, sustaining the sacred rhythm. In, inexpugnable. Out, inexpugnable. Allow this to settle as a holy mantra and a consecrated rhythm. Every full breath cycle adds height to your fortress and increases the density and brilliance of the light surrounding you. Now let us deepen further. Rest your hand over your heart and notice its unwavering rhythm. With every measured beat, make these affirmations. My heart is inexpugnable. My love is inexpugnable. My faith is inexpugnable. Permit the heartbeat to serve as a living drum for this truth. With each pulse of life, the word inexpugnable reverberates through your whole being. Now widen your vision once more, finally and fully. Behold not just yourself, your home, and your loved ones, but the entire planet held within a golden fortress of light, nations, forests, oceans, and cities, each encircled by the inexpugnable brilliance of divine love. Envision wars evaporating at the threshold, illnesses losing all power, and poverty barred from entry. Picture hatred and division disappearing for lack of footing, because the earth held within this radiance is itself inexpugnable. You participate in this vision as a conscious co-creator of the fortified world. With each utterance of the word inexpugnable, you set another stone securely into its protective wall. Now return gently to stillness. Settle back into the breath. Whisper with me softly and attentively. My life is inexpugnable. My life is inexpugnable. My life is inexpugnable. Let the refrain slowly dissolve into silence while the fortress persists quietly aglow around you. Understand that even as you open your eyes and move on from this practice, the inexpugnable stronghold remains. This is not mere imagination. It is demonstration established, affirmed, and fully sealed. Beloved, dwell in this quiet for as long as you wish. When ready, open your eyes, gently carrying the fortress's radiance with you. Proceed into your life encircled, protected, and upheld on every side. For in truth and in certainty, your life is holy and enduringly inexpugnable. Beloved listener, the fortress stands complete. The word has been spoken, and the practice now lives within you. Let us now enter the culminating shift of consciousness, living not by hope or doubt or simple wishing, but by settled and steadfast certainty. For faith at its essence is certainty. Florence Scovel Shinn explained that faith is the unforced knowing that what is decreed inevitably comes to pass. It entails no straining, pleading, or bargaining. It is the quiet composure of one who understands divine law, has placed an order with the infinite, and rests serenely assured of fulfillment. Consider sunrise. You do not awaken wondering, will the sun appear today? You do not pace anxiously, hoping dawn might arrive. Rather, you rest in the knowledge that light will come. Though not yet visible, you trust its arrival with complete certainty. So likewise, treat your life, finances, health, peace, and destiny. When you affirm my life is inexpugnable, you do not grasp at the phrase in self-persuasion. Instead, you relax into it as you would sit into a trusted chair, confident it will fully support you. Certainty expresses itself as restful composure, as deep peace, and as an effortless state of being. Now, beloved, echo these lines with me deliberately and slowly. I no longer hope, I know. I no longer strive, I rest. I no longer wish, I live in certainty. Breathe these statements in deeply, allowing them to calm each anxious part of you. Doubt is merely the mind's urge to control. Certainty is the soul's serene surrender to the operation of divine law. Let us voice the affirmation again, reinforcing its truth. I live in certainty. I live in certainty. I live in certainty. Now imagine yourself within a vast marketplace. All around, people clamor, bargain, rush, and fret about sufficiency. yet you remain composed. Having already spoken your decree, you know it is accomplished. There is no need to shout or scramble. You simply stand in quiet poise because you inhabit certainty. When difficulties emerge, when lack or trouble seems to knock, certainty remains steady. Certainty calmly replies, "This will pass as well, because my life is steadfastly and entirely inexpugnable." Beloved, remember moments in your life when you possessed knowledge beyond doubt, perhaps the assurance of being deeply loved, the certainty that breath would fill your lungs, or the knowing that blossoms return with spring. That quiet, relaxed confidence is precisely the living spirit of faith. You are not required to strain to believe. You need only settle and rest within certainty itself. Therefore, let us affirm in unison, keeping the cadence of firm conviction. My health is certain. My supply is certain. My peace is certain. My joy is certain. My destiny is certain. And now we place a seal upon these affirmations. I live in certainty. Yes, beloved, this marks the transformation from merely wanting to truly knowing, from restless chasing to restful abiding, and from fearfulness to enduring faith. I invite you as a communal seal upon this truth to write and share the following words: I live in certainty. Let this serve as your declaration not solely in your heart, but visibly in writing. As you inscribe it, feel the power of your decree coursing through you with renewed strength. Beloved, certainty should never be confused with arrogance or pride. True certainty is humble reverence before divine law. It is the quiet acknowledgement that what God decrees is irreversible, and that whatever you declare in harmony with that law becomes firmly established. Therefore, proceed from this moment in deep serenity. Enter tomorrow without trembling, but with gentle joy. And if others inquire, how are you so composed? How can you be so sure? You may simply smile and answer, because my life is inexpugnable, and I abide in certainty. And so it is, now and always. Beloved soul, we have traveled together, from the first faint whisper of the word to its complete embodiment. We have learned to declare it, to practice it, to breathe it, and to live in certainty. Now we come to the sacred conclusion, the benediction that seals what you have received like a golden clasp, closing a cherished holy volume. We begin with gratitude. Rest your hand over your heart, inhale slowly and softly, and then whisper inwardly the following words. Thank you, Infinite Spirit, for the fortress of my life. Allow gratitude to broaden within you. Gratitude is the concluding note that completes the song, the oil that consecrates the word, the fragrance that rises like incense to the heights. Gratitude converts mere declaration into wholehearted celebration. Now receive this spoken blessing as I pronounce it over you. Your life stands absolutely inexpugnable, secure beyond assault or overthrow. No storm, however fierce, can overturn or defeat it. No shadow can dim, lessen, or dilute its radiance. No fear can shackle, restrain, or bind it in any way. For you are robed in a radiant fortress of divine protection that shelters and upholds you. Your finances are inexpugnable. You are nourished by an ever-flowing river of abundance that cannot be exhausted. Money serves merely as a conduit. Your authentic source is infinite and unassailable. Thus you move through life in constant, reliable provision. Your peace is inexpugnable. Even if the world roars and chaos whirls, you abide in spirit's still sanctuary. No external event can breach your inner composure. You remain serene, steadfast, and securely grounded. Your health is inexpugnable. Every cell resonates with living energy, every organ shines with vigor, and every system functions in harmonious balance. Illness has no true power because the divine blueprint of wholeness governs your entire being. Your joy is inexpugnable. It arises from an inexhaustible inner spring independent of conditions and untouched by fluctuation. It is a well that never depletes a light that refuses to fade. Your destiny is inexpugnable. What God has pronounced over your life cannot be erased by any hand. What is inscribed in your soul's book will unfold in due season. Your path is divinely guarded, and your future is utterly secure. Now let us affirm in sacred cadence. Speak these lines aloud with me, and let our voices join in unified strength. My life is inexpugnable. My peace is inexpugnable. My health is inexpugnable. My joy is inexpugnable. My destiny is inexpugnable. Again, repeat them with even greater strength and conviction. My life is inexpugnable. My peace is inexpugnable. My health is inexpugnable. My joy is inexpugnable. My destiny is inexpugnable. And one last time, voiced with holy triumph and exultation. My life is inexpugnable. Beloved, you are sealed now in the certainty of this truth. Carry it like a lamp through darkness, like armor in conflict, like daily bread along your path. Always remember the word is alive, and once uttered, it does not return empty. Your decree has been sent forth and stands established. I now pronounce blessing upon blessing over your life. May your mornings dawn in deep restorative peace. May your afternoons unfold in steady abundance and ease. May your evenings come to rest in quiet, sustaining joy. May your nights be gently cradled in unwavering protection. May every step you make align perfectly with the path of divine order. May each door you open disclose a greater and greater good. May every challenge you encounter dissolve in the light of your certainty. May your laughter ring out like music in the halls of heaven. May your tears, when they appear, water your soul's garden until it blossoms with even greater beauty than before. May your very presence emanate a strength so steady that others feel secure in your company. May your spoken word carry uplifting power for everyone who hears it. May your life stand as a living testimony to Spirit's inexpugnable truth. Beloved, you are blessed past all measure, guarded beyond fear, provided for beyond doubt, guided beyond error, and loved beyond anything the mind can fully comprehend. This is the final blessing, yet not an ending, rather a beginning. From this day onward, you live in a new way, carrying a new word in your heart, moving with a new certainty in your stride, and meeting life with a new decree upon your lips, inexpugnable. Therefore, we close with one last decree, placing a seal gently upon your soul. I am inexpugnable. My life is inexpugnable. Forever and always, I am inexpugnable. Beloved, if this journey has moved you, if these words have kindled a flame within, allow others to partake of this light. Like, share, and subscribe, not for vanity or metrics, but so that more souls discover their own inexpugnable victory. When a single life is fortified, many are strengthened. When one voice declares countless others find courage to do likewise. Go forth in peace, proceed in certainty, and move in joy, for truly and forever your life remains inexpugnable.